Yes, this is the time known as the most awkward 60 seconds of the month for us. All right, ready? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to call to order the June 6, 2 p.m. session of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. Welcome, everyone. I see a lot of really happy faces in the crowd, and I think that's wonderful. We're going to start this meeting like we always do with an invitation. And the invitation today is going to be given to us by Pastor Barbara Marks from St. Francis Episcopal Church. And then we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by a very special leader, Miss Larissa Lyle. Larissa moved here from Chechnya in 2016, and she passed her citizenship exam in November of 2022 and became a United States citizen in April. So I thought it was my honor if she would lead us all in the pledge. So Pastor Marks, if you would please come. And please stand as you're able.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be here among you today. And we all know that there's a difference in denominations, and my colleague, who I believe is Baptist, told me I should be brief, and brief to a Baptist and brief to an Episcopalian may be a little bit different. So I will be brief. Great is thy faithfulness. God, you are always faithful, and you ask us to be likewise. Faithful to you, to one another, and to all of our creation. Today we thank you for the faithfulness and dedication of these men and women to the County of Goochland. Bless their work. Bless everything that they do as they care for this county, this community, for one another, and that they are a constant reminder of what it is to be faithful to all who know them. And we thank you in your love and for your faithfulness. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Lyle and Pastor Marks. Now we will move into one of my favorite things is presenting resolutions. This resolution is recognizing Captain Earl Taylor upon his retirement from Goochland County Fire and Rescue. I'm going to ask Ms. Lascalette to please read the resolution, and Earl, if you want to come down, meet me down front.
Okay, so here we go. So this is 35 years. We've got it into a page and a half. So whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor has devoted nearly his entire life to fire rescue, joining Goochland County Volunteer Fire Rescue Association, Incorporated, in March of 1988 at 16 years old, serving as a volunteer firefighter at Crozier Company 2. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor completed training at a very young age and became fully certified firefighter, and a short while later an emergency medical technician. And in 1991, he started pulling duty at the ambulance, on the ambulance at Mannequin Company 1. Whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor was elected as volunteer company officer at Crozier Company 2, rising through the ranks of lieutenant, captain, and district chief. His dedicated leadership provided for a successful volunteer fire rescue company, serving citizens in Crozier and later and other areas of Goochland County. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor was awarded lifetime membership with the Goochland County Volunteer Fire Rescue Association in 2003. Whereas in March 2009, Captain Earl A. Taylor was hired in the first group of 10 career firefighter EMS providers in Goochland County. He was hired as the first career supervisor. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor was promoted to career lieutenant and later to captain, serving as the station commander, opening new fire station in Haydensville in 2017, the first county-owned fire station. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor achieved advanced certifications over the many years as a fire officer level 3, a national registered paramedic, an RSI paramedic, and designated infection control officer, and holds instructorships in CPR, ACLS, and fire disciplines. And whereas Captain Earl Taylor is founding member of the Goochland Professional Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 4865. His experience both as a volunteer and career member of the organization fostered a positive working relationship supporting combination fire rescue department concept. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor was designated infection control officer on call 24/7 to assist both volunteer and career members with blood-borne pathogen and other communicable disease exposures. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor helped organize the PEER, P-E-E-R, Support Mental Health Team, and the Regional Large Animal Rescue Team. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor led the Fire Rescue Department's annual assistance to the Goochland Christmas Mother Program, always providing for the adopted family with care and compassion, bringing a smile to a family member's faces during the holiday season. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor's motto is service over self, always going above and beyond what is expected with a personal touch when delivering emergency services to our citizens. He is a native of Goochland County and is well respected by his peers and members of the community. These relationships have helped build and advance the Fire Rescue Department over the many years. And whereas Captain Earl A. Taylor has given selfishly almost 35 years of service to Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services and to the citizens of Goochland County, 21 of these years as a volunteer, 14 as a career member, and whereas Earl A. Taylor was a career firefighter for the city of Petersburg for 7 years, and Hanover Fire and EMS for 2 years, always demonstrating servant leadership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, appreciates, and sincerely thanks Captain Earl A. Taylor for his service and dedication to Goochland County and offers him their best wishes in retirement.
Board, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you for allowing me to serve. I really appreciate it.
Such a great start to the meeting. And then we go to chair's comments, and it just goes downhill from there. Actually, I don't have a lot to say. I did want to, now that we've moved into a new season, with summer's time is upon us, just want folks to make sure that they're look on the lookout for all the amazing things that are going on in Parks and Recreation and the different Tucker Nights Out and things we're going to have, the 4th of July celebrations. So just make sure you're signing up for the alert to be able to get into the sense of community that our staff does a great job providing. And those are my comments. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a few items for you. First, I want to remind the board and all citizens of this coming week. We have 2 very important meetings. One will be Monday night, June the 12th, which is the Board of Supervisors Village Plan public hearings on the courthouse village concept. And then on Thursday, June the 15th at 6 o'clock p.m., the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission will be having a joint work session to discuss the Centerville area plan. Also, members of the board and citizens, I want to remind you that in the next month we have some events to celebrate some amazing things in America. June the 19th is a holiday, and of course July the 4th is a holiday. Would also like to remind everybody that 79 years ago today, 160,000 men stormed the beaches of Normandy. My father was on day 2, so God was good, and he survived all that and lived to see me here today. So let us always keep the sacrifices of those men and women in our thoughts. And Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carpenter. Board, is there any request to postpone agenda items and deletions, additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation? No? Very well. Okay, now we will move into our citizen comment period. This is a time for citizens to address the board on issues pertaining to Goochland County that are not on our agenda. We ask that you come to the podium. Please give us your name and address, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. I'll open the citizen comment period.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. I'm a little apprehensive following the opening act. My wife is a hard act to follow. But I also want to iterate Mr. Carpenter's comments about D-Day. I'm a World War II veteran's son, and yes, that greatest generation is one that I certainly appreciate being remembered. A little earlier, I shared with members of the board and staff that this is June, National Dairy Month, and we are still blessed to have 2 dairies in the county. The Pryors and the Alvises are still working dairies. I'm not one to suggest the board would ever want to pass a resolution commending them for sticking it out, because these are tough times for the farm community, particularly the dairy industry. But the Alvises particularly are very integrated into the community. They opened their facility for school tours, and anybody who's been to the Sunflower Festival or some of the other activities that their farm promotes are worth noting. I also wanted to say that I have really been appreciative of Goochland County, or being a resident of Goochland County. This past week, or last couple of weeks, both Goochland Day and the Rassawick Jubilee made me appreciate what a sense of community that we have here in the county. I heard one person say Goochland Day was half the county coming out to watch the other half in the parade. It really was pretty impressive, in my opinion, and I'm not always easily impressed, to see what that foundation has put together. And I know the county was supportive, but I'm really appreciative of what citizens engaged and involved were able to accomplish. And then Mr. Leesfield, with his activities out there at Rassawick, I had people coming up to me, because I was representing Monacan and Goochland, saying, "Did you have anything to do with this?" I said, "I only have, I'm enjoying it." And they were so complimentary as to this type of activity. And so I know as we're looking at tourism development and business development in the county, I think both Goochland Day and Rassawick are events that we could really focus in on and continue to promote. I will mention that tomorrow, and Ms. McGee may be aware of this, is National Running Day. So any of those who may want to put on their trainers and run, tomorrow's National Running Day, but it's the 8th, which is the corporate run, and I have been shanghaied into participating in that. I'll try to be the anchor on a bunch of fleet-feeted Goochlanders out there. But thank you for your comments. Thank you to the Goochland Day Foundation and to the Rassawick folks. I think we got a lot to be appreciative of and thankful for here in Goochland. Thanks very much. And got milk? I'll just ask that question.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Hobbs, and I stay in Sandy Hook. Just got a couple of announcements. On June 10th, which is this coming Saturday, we have the Jackson Blacksmith Shop celebration at the Blacksmith Shop on 522. And also, Jerusalem Baptist Church will have its annual scholarship fundraiser, which is a car show, and we invite the community to come out and celebrate. And on June the 19th, you heard Mr. Carpenter mention a holiday, but that's a significant holiday. It is Juneteenth, which is the celebration of slaves in Texas getting the message that they were free. And that was in 1865, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So I think that's a commendable holiday that we need to acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Anyone else for citizen comment? Seeing none, I'll close the citizen comment period. All right, board, next item on our agenda is to approve our minutes from the April 18th and May 2nd Board of Supervisors regular meetings. They are in your packet for review, and I would entertain a motion, especially if it's a very entertaining motion. Come on.
All right,
Ms. Lass, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of our meeting minutes from April 18th and May 2nd.
Thank you, Ms. Laskett.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move into our reports. First up, as normal, our partners at VDOT. Mr. Nguyen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marshall Nguyen with VDOT. This past month, we had 196 work orders, completed 247, had 10 call-outs, after-hour call-outs. Been doing regular maintenance activities, asphalt repairs, pipe replacement and cleaning, ditching, tree removal and cleanup. First mowing cycle of primaries has been completed. Secondary mow cycle by our contractor is being done right now. I noticed probably 24 trash bags at Fairgrounds and 250. They will get those up before the end of the day. So, on that 522, the roundabout, that's moving along real good. I talked with the ACE this morning. I think they're going to be paving. Well, he said they're going to be paving next week. That would be the final surface. Then they'll have to do pavement marking. And I finished the light poles. I think they got 3 light poles they still have to set out there. And the big, I'm not going to say it's a big glitch, signage out there. They've ordered signage from Corman Signs, and they need to install those as well. We're looking at around the July 4th area to have that thing completely open. Right in that area. Don't quote me on it. It's going to be a few days before or after, somewhere in that range. So, our contract staff is pushing real hard to get that done. Some schedule work is going to be coming in the area next week. They're going to be working over on Rock Castle, resurfacing that. Several other roads, 3 Square, 641, 642, and 654. They still have to come back and put the slurry on the subdivision right over here next to the high school. So that's going to be forthcoming. Other than that, I don't have anything else, not unless you have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Anything? All right. Thank you so much.
Give me a call.
All right, next we have up Chief Ferguson for the Fire and Rescue March-April report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief. Goochland Fire Rescue has been busy over the last couple of months. Just want to start out by saying that we did provide a report for your packet. If there are any questions you have, be happy to answer those. Also related to summer, we always try to make a plea for water safety during the summer, and we always mention the James River and the float times it takes to go from one point to the other. And so often, folks who want to float the James River with tubes will look at the straight Route 6 and forget about the curve in the river. And they put in, and then they're out there much longer than they anticipated, either sunburnt or in a situation where it's gotten dark and they're on the river. So just thinking about some of that, if you're tubing between Columbia to Cartersville, it's about 8 to 9 hours, and if it's Cartersville to Westview, it's about 4 to 5 hours. And Westview to Maidens is the big one, 11 to 12 hours to go from Westview to Maidens if you're going on inner tubes. And the lower the water is, the slower the current, and the longer it takes. So just want people to plan ahead, make sure if you're on the water that you have your cell phone, a life jacket, sunscreen, and of course flashlights are recommended. And there's some other tips in the fire rescue report that goes along with that. To date, we've answered 1,702 calls. Been a couple more since I printed that off this morning. The county is busy. Yesterday was a very busy day, over 15 calls that we answered yesterday, and this morning kind of started out the same way. I want to thank everyone who visited the fire engine out front and all those who supported the fire engine purchase. We had a new fire engine out front prior to this meeting. It's engine 631. It's going to go to Centerville, and it's nearly in service. We're still waiting on a few items of loose equipment before we put it completely in service. We are keeping the old fire engine, and it will be a reserve unit, so at this point we haven't moved any equipment from the other units. We're trying to equip this unit solely, independent of taking equipment off the others. But thank you very much for that. We've been busy covering the county festivals, the Goochland Day on May 20th, as well as Razowick this past weekend. And then we also covered high school graduation in conjunction, all of these in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office, trying to keep everyone safe. EMS Week, National EMS Week, we celebrated it May 21st through the 27th. The theme for National EMS Week this year was where emergency care begins. And we had a function there with the Virginia Association of Volunteer Rescue Squads, and we appreciate Mr. Spoonhauer, Mr. Lumpkins, and others who were in attendance there that day, along with some other state dignitaries that came out and spoke in support of the statewide recognition. We've had significant incidents in the county since we were last before you. We had a farm machinery accident out off of Dogtown Road on one of the side roads where we had a person who was trapped and was airlifted to an area trauma center by MedFlight. We had a commercial structure fire at the beginning of May. This was an industrial warehouse in one of our industrial parks in the county. It occurred on a Saturday morning, and definitely a significant fire. By the time it was all said and done, it had involved 6 different jurisdictions, or 6 jurisdictions counting Goochland, for mutual aid or to cover our fire stations or provide a fire marshal to assist our fire marshal to try to determine the origin and cause. The other thing that's notable about this fire is that we did use one of our dry hydrants. The nearest dry hydrant that would supply the type of water we needed was there in Oilville near Fairgrounds and Broad, and between the traffic light and Fairgrounds and Broad. And we estimate that we hauled 57,000 gallons of water with 8 tankers from the private pond to use water for fire suppression down in the industrial park. Almost 45 firefighters altogether it took to bring that under control. Thankfully, there were no injuries. I want to just mention that we're in week number 7 of having the ambulance in Sandy Hook. Some may know that because of the roundabout construction, the detours that was adding response time to calls north on 522 towards Sandy Hook, we were able to stand up a ambulance Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that has made a huge impact, not only in calls in Sandy Hook, but yesterday, for example, when we had 6 calls that were active at the same time, there was 6 ambulances tied up, and we had a 7th one, so we never completely went NUA or no units available. So we are really grateful for the support to have that, and I want to thank everyone who's showed their support by either writing about it on social media or giving us donating items for the house. The house there on the Sandy Hook property is a county property and is a future site of the Sandy Hook Fire Station, and we've been able to equip the house in a modest way so that it's useful based on what we're doing there today. But just have an ambulance there for the roundabout construction detours. Just want to remind everybody, the new ISO rate is in effect. Of course, it's up to your insurance company whether they adjust insurance premiums to recognize the 4 and the 4X that we were awarded back in the early spring. It took effect May 1st. We've had really great success with fire station renovations. I know Executive Director Martin Dean is in the audience from the Volunteer Association Incorporated. I just want to say that Company 1 looks magnificent. The interior renovation there is beautiful. I hope folks will stop by and see it. And we are just about ready to start the interior renovations at Company 3 in Centerville on Thursday. I know a lot of preparations have already been made, and that is moving forward. We're enjoying the better bay doors at Company 4, and Executive Director Dean and his team have done a great job. The Board of Directors of the association recognizing the needs and taking the right steps to get these stations renovated. And as just to mention, 5 of the fire stations are owned by the Volunteer Association, and Company 6 is the county-owned fire station that Captain Taylor was just recognized for opening. The Fire Training Center is also continues for improvement. We're expecting any day now a new modular classroom trailer that will be brought in there and set up, and so we'll be back to having 2 classrooms. We've been down to 1. We demolished the older trailer, and so we have a new trailer that's going to be coming in, and that should be a nice improvement to the Fire Training Center. And we continue to work towards the new live fire training building that we received the grant for. Hiring process went well for fire rescue. I know we were able to make conditional job offers for all of our positions that will be available in July with the FY24, as well as fill all of our vacancies. And I'm happy to report that we actually have good depth in our pool of applicants going forward that we weren't able to hire, but they are certainly would be there possibly if we had vacancies to occur or some other things changed. And so we had a really good return on this process of 109 applicants, the most we've seen in any recent years. Volunteers applications are always accepted, and we need volunteers. We're working on the SAFER grant that we were awarded, and we're in the process of trying to finalize steps to hire the part-time recruitment and retention coordinator that will put that SAFER grant to use and increase awareness, and hopefully we will see our volunteer numbers increase also. I always like to say, if anyone needs a smoke alarm, we have free smoke alarms available. Just call Fire Rescue Administration or visit your nearest fire station. Fire Rescue Administration number is 804-556-5304. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and that's what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ferguson. Ms. Lasclette?
I can get the microphone to work. Maybe that's a sign, right? Thank you, Chief Ferguson. Appreciate everything you guys are doing. And I believe you track calls out of the different stations. Are you going to be tracking the Sandy Hook call separate? I'm just curious.
We are.
How many calls are coming out of there?
Right. So keep in mind, the ambulance has been there for 7 weeks. It's available from 7 in the morning to 7 at night, Monday through Friday, the peak hours that we've identified for the roundabout construction. And, navigating the detour around by Dickinson Road adds quite a bit of time to get up there. But yes, ma'am, we are tracking the calls in Sandy Hook that the unit has responded to. And I'm going to tell you that it's been handling at least 1 call a day, and some days 2 or 3 calls. But it's making a difference in areas far-reaching more so than Sandy Hook. For example, the other day we had a serious accident with a person ejected on Shannon Hill Road. And we needed a fire engine because we had hazards from a large truck that had overturned. And so Company 6 responded to the fire engine. That was all the staff we had on duty there it took to respond to the fire engine. And the Sandy Hook ambulance responded there and arrived there, a few minutes sooner than the unit would be coming from Fife. So we're seeing that on 64. We're seeing it back towards the courthouse. And again, yesterday, it was so nice to have that additional resource when all these calls came in within about an hour of each other and all of our units were busy. And you just can't, we do the best we can to forecast where the next call is going to be, but when the western resources start moving east because of the rush of calls that occur in the east end, then it leaves those areas open. Right. So, but yes, ma'am, we're going to track those and and I'll make sure that I'll let you know what that looks like. And then, certainly, it's only covering a small percentage of the overall time, but every call you answer, and when you reduce response times by as much as 10 minutes, it makes a difference.
Makes a big difference. And I
Appreciate
thank you for
that.
that. And I think we're pretty excited about both new stations.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming online here pretty
Yes, ma'am.
soon. So
Absolutely.
pretty exciting times. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, board? I'm sure I've told you this before, but I know the citizens in District 2 are just loving it and very appreciative. And I happen to be in the situation where I had to help my neighbor get support, and they were there in 4.5 minutes, which normally would be probably 10 or 11. It was 4.5, so it was.
Well, that particular call you mentioned, we also had Company 5 responding. The roundabout construction was in full effect, and it was late in the day, 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, and that's when I've noticed that the traffic is the heaviest on Dickinson Road. It starts back around Reynolds, and you can't even see around the curves. And so when that unit marked on scene there in Sandy Hook in your neighborhood, the ambulance from Company 5 had just reached the point of Dickinson Road and River Road West to come back. So that was something that really caught my attention, in addition to tracking time, just the physical location and how long it took to get around that long line of traffic. So thank you again for the support to have that resource.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, now we have our report from our HR Director, Shalitha Dyson, who will talk about introducing our new county staff.
Thank you. Let's start over. Good afternoon. Shalitha Dyson, HR Director, and I will be doing the introduction of our new staff. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. So for the month of May, we had new hires in fire and rescue, information technology, and animal protection. And as I call your name, if you can stand so we can see who you are. On May 1st, 2023, Courtney Williams and James Thompson joined fire and rescue as firefighter EMS. In this role, they will perform firefighter duties and emergency medical services for citizens of Goochland County. Brian Hampton joined the Department of Information Technology on May 1st as an IT system support analyst. In this role, he will provide user assistance, train users on applications, perform routine maintenance and support data and voice communication for the county. Mr. Taylor has over 18 years of experience in the field. Prior to coming to Goochland County, he has held positions of a tech support with the Business Data of Virginia Incorporated. And on May 16th, Joanne Potts-Powell joined Animal Protection as an Animal Protection Officer. In this role, she'll provide protective services to citizens, animals by enforcing state laws and county ordinance pertaining to care, control, and licensing of animals in the county. Ms. Potts-Powell has over 11 years of experience in various roles throughout her career. So thank you, guys, and I welcome you to the county.
Thank you so much and welcome, both of you. Appreciate it. All right, the next two reports are in your packet for your review board, the Planning and Development Activity Report and the Accounts Payable Report from our treasurer. The next report that we have to discuss will be presented by Mr. Paul Drumright, which is our June broadband report. I've been hearing nothing but good news, Paul. Don't break the streak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Drumright, Community Affairs Manager, and I do have good news. I'm going to pull up a presentation. I have brought some new information to share with y'all. While I pull that up, again, it's a pleasure to be able to present the update on our broadband project. What you see before you is a map that I have shown you many times. Reason why I wanted to bring maps again is we've changed. They've changed. They've added additional information. They've broken up the areas into more specific zones. And so this is just on Firefly's part as they continue to move forward on the project. And they're starting to break it down and starting to put a little bit more data behind each of these different areas. Where I want to focus again and where we had good news last month, and we still have good news, is this is the Rappahannock Electric Co-op area. This is specifically the Mount Hope substation area. And this is very hard to read right now, which I understand, but they have actually divided this into two areas. So if you look, this is part of it here in Goochland, and then the other part down here. They have actually broken that out. And the good news part is there's actually a virtual town hall meeting for part of that. It's the Mount Hope Paynes Mill portion of that, which is the western portion of that map, is going to be held on Thursday, June 22nd at 4 o'clock. As we mentioned already, Rappahannock and Firefly have been connecting customers up in the Shannon Hill substation area. They're moved on to the Mount Hope substation area, and they're starting on half that substation now. So this town hall applies to half that substation. Before we go back, just for folks who want to do, we're going to be advertising this through our social media, but go to fireflyva.com/town-halls, and they can sign up to attend that virtual. It's a virtual town hall where they will get more information. Firefly will discuss what the process is, how they get connected. Again, we encourage folks to go to fireflyva.com to register for service. That way they get notified about stuff coming up. This, what I'm showing you right here, is the Paynes Mill area of the Mount Hope substation. So this is that western portion of Mount Hope. It's west of Gum Spring, essentially. So it is one of our unserved areas. It splits both on Broad Street on the southern side of Route 6, of 64, as well as the northern portion of 64. It includes up where we have Gray Haven, the winery, is up in that area. So excited about that portion. This is the other part of the Mount Hope substation. It is called Copper Line, as they refer to it. This area, they've not put a time frame when they'll have a town hall or when they'll be connected, but that's coming soon. We expect to probably see that happening later this year as well. So exciting. These folks up in the Rappahannock Electric Co-op areas are close to getting service. They're still building out the fiber in there, but they're starting to move into that service extension line, and they'll start working through the folks who have registered. It is important, again, for folks to go to fireflyva.com to register for service so that they know you want it and so that they can then add you to their list as they reach out to customers. So back to the map. So now I'm going to talk about the purple areas. That is the RISE project involving Dominion. And happy to let you know Dominion is continuing to make progress. Going to focus really quick. I'm going to dive into, I got sections of each of these to show you, but really want to hit the 3 Square area. This is the area that they started working on this year already. Happy to tell you that they have, out of 15.89 miles, they have completed construction complete. 6.09 miles is construction complete in this. This is down there in southern Goochland, another area that is been needing service for a long time. So it is great to see this happening. They've not put a time frame of when Firefly will be doing connections for there, but that will be coming at some point. But again, they've completed 6.09 miles of construction already on this area. All of it has been released for construction. All of that area has been released and construction has started.
You said that was a total of about 15?
15.89 miles.
Thank you.
And this information is also in your board packet in there, but I wanted to kind of highlight this information. Moving on, this is what they refer to as the Caledonia, Tabscott, Haydensville area. This is up there just south of Haydensville. Firefly has already started their field survey data work up there. Dominion has not begun work there. They are targeting third quarter of this year to start their middle mile fiber construction up in this area. In Ms. Lascalette, I've looked at this map. You would be included in this area. Happy to say, so again, third quarter, that they're going to be targeting Dominion to start middle mile work in this area. Firefly has put a date on it right now of when service would be connected. Their estimate is spring 2024. It's, you know, it's a little further than we would like, but at least we now have a time frame for this area. And so that can change, but again, they're targeting Dominion third quarter work in here, and then right now, connections to start spring 2024 in this area. So again, great news to share. We can give folks at least a time frame, so as they start talking to their providers about canceling or renewing, we have a better idea of when stuff is happening.
Do we have any place where Dominion has done the middle mile that people actually have service?
Not yet, sir. So where they started was that the 3 square areas is the first area they targeted to do their middle mile. And so they're working on that. They've not completed that. They've got that, again, 6.09 miles.
I got the 6.09 and the 15.89. Do they need to complete whatever that delta is before?
So they do need to complete that because they're building the middle mile, and then Firefly is going to roll
Do they need to complete
in.
that whole distance before Firefly will even roll in to start?
I believe they do, but it is not unheard of a Firefly getting jumped, but really they cannot connect folks until they have it fully furnished. So if Firefly were to roll in there tomorrow, complete their work, they still got to wait on Dominion to finish their work.
I guess Dominion, they can't light up portions. They have to get all the way to the end before they can light up any of it? Okay.
But Firefly has already started. So as I mentioned, in here, so this is the 3 square area again we're looking at. They have already been working on their field survey data work before a shovel was turned or a fiber was pulled by Dominion, and that is the case in this area, the Caledonia, Tapscott, Haydensville area as well. So they've already started, Firefly has already started their work in this area before Dominion has even gotten there. And so Firefly is doing everything they can do to get their work done so that they're ready once Dominion is finished doing their part.
So how, because, you know, when you say something like spring of 2024 is when Firefly is projecting it, I mean, people are going to hang on to that.
And that's not mine, that's the number that they are, Firefly is publicly putting out there, and so.
I get it, but let's be careful. Has Dominion been keeping their time commitments so far?
From what I've seen, they've been working on it. And again, they're targeting to complete all their work by the end of this year, all their middle mile work, by the end of 2023. I will say that this is a very ambitious, and it's a really large project occurring here in Goochland. It's occurring in our neighbors in Louisa, and also occurring in other areas of the Commonwealth by Dominion as well to work to build out their middle mile for their purposes, and then they're leasing it over to Firefly for Firefly's middle mile, so Firefly can do that last mile. I would also say that it would not be unheard of that some of the timeframes may slip some due to weather conditions, due to if they start running into material shortages again. So when they started broadband, and some other folks were having issues with getting supplies, because this is not only occurring here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but this is occurring all across the country where folks are doing fiber extension. And as we saw on other stuff during the pandemic, supplies were hard to get. Fortunately, our partners, Firefly, unveiled a nice big warehouse where they were starting to stock up on stuff before they began this project. So they are a little bit better prepared, but it would not be unheard of that there may be some slippage. They are trying as best they can to put dates that are realistic. And so that's why they're not sharing dates for everything. and they're putting out only certain dates that they're ready to commit to. So,
All right, thank you.
and I'm not going to share publicly dates that that they've not committed to yet. So this is the Columbia area. They do not have a time frame for this yet. They do not have a time frame when they will start their field collection service. So the part that Firefly needs to do, Dominion has not given us a time frame on this specific area yet, or the next one I'm going to show you. But those will be stuff that I'm going to continue to be asking. I check in with Dominion, I check in with Firefly on a routine basis, and we'll continue to ask for dates that I can share publicly so that we can share with citizens. This is one of two areas that they refer to as Crozier. This is the Crozier East. So this is that area right there around, so it incorporates Cardwell Road, Genito Road, Shallowell, Lee Road. Some of this area was very close to our Port 80 project. That was a unique project where Port 80 was on one side of the road and Firefly's going on the other side of the road. You know, competition, you know, let them have at it. But so they've not put a time frame to this project yet for the middle mile to be done or the last mile to be done either. This is the next part of it. This is the Crozier West, which if you were to look at it on a map without that context, it is west of the courthouse area, but they've lumped it all together as a Crozier area, and that's how Firefly is doing it to release to Dominion for work. So they looked at the map and of how they want to build out their network, because again, this is going to be a Firefly network that is ultimately operated, and so they've lumped the Crozier West and East together as one area for Dominion's work. So this would be portions of Chapel Hill Road, Riddles Bridge Road, Whitehall, Route 6. So that is, again, no date for that coming, but that's something to keep an eye on in the future.
Does that include Dogtown Road?
Dogtown Road, for the most part, has service already.
But I know
So,
because Robinson Road is just a tiny little road that comes right off of Dogtown. So those folks in Robinson Road, they must be close to existing service?
they more than likely are. There are a couple different programs to look at and coming forward, but as part of this project, one of the things that Firefly had to be very careful in doing, as they were scoping out, is they had to avoid overbuilding in areas, because that could lead to, one, challenges, plus the VADI grant had a maximum how much you could overbuild in an area. And if memory serves me correctly, it was about 10%, so that they can go in. So they tried, that's why this map kind of looks a little funky, is they were trying to build around where existing service is. One of the other things that we are trying to do, because there's additional broadband funding coming out, and we know that there are some homes that have been not included in this project, just because of how massive it is. We're getting this project rolling, and our next focus is these additional homes that are out there, because our goal, again, is to get everybody service. So there are additional programs that will work. There's additional funding coming down, and so that's information we're continuously keeping track of where are there's still holes, where the gaps we need to fill.
So what is the service? I should know, but what is the service on Dogtown?
So service on Dogtown, for the most part, is Comcast.
Okay, all right. So is Dominion doing all the middle mile work we're talking about?
So right now in this purple area, yes.
Okay, so Dominion is going to do middle mile work, I guess, along Dogtown to get.
So it depends on how they're running. I don't have the specifics of how they're running.
Okay.
The middle mile exactly. That is something that Dominion and Firefly have in outlined of how to make the network work.
Is that information available if I'm?
I can inquire for more information on that. I do not have that information readily at my fingertips to provide.
It might, if I lived in that area, I'd probably want to know, like, what, because get a sense of, but they haven't started the middle mile work here.
No, sir, no. This is, again, part of that Crozier East, Crozier West, and that they've not put a time frame to this. and Firefly has not put a time frame to when they will begin their field survey data work. And that field survey data is kind of confirming homes that are there and information that's in the field so that they can fine tune their fiber network maps that they've put together and that they can begin that construction. And then again, how the process works, Dominion builds the middle mile, Firefly then builds the last mile, and that's laterals, that's going to homes, and that's literally going up to the house. But they're not going to build to every single house unless you register for service. They'll build down the street, but they're not going to build to every single house unless you register for service.
So if I lived on Whitehall and looked at this map and I lived on the north side of Whitehall, should I say, oh, no, I'm not going to get service?
They probably already have, so
Okay.
Comcast runs down a good portion of Whitehall.
Okay.
And so they already have service. But again, also Firefly has agreed with us to work on attacking holes in other areas and/or going out and connecting areas that may be just outside their corridor or where they're getting the.
As long as they don't violate the 10%.
Well, so as long as they don't use grant funds, they can go in and build into other areas. But using grant funds, they had to work with that 10% overlap. So they were trying to do their best to prevent Comcast from challenging their grant and basically eliminating us from this project.
Is filling some of the gaps like you were describing a few minutes ago, is that dependent on yet to be awarded grants?
So there are a couple different grant programs. There's additional grant funding coming down, and so that would be looking at.
That's already been awarded or just grants
So
announced?
it is coming down from the federal government to the state government, and the state government is actually in the process of working on building that out.
Okay, thanks.
And this is the last piece, and this kind of fits with the other map you just saw, and it hits other pieces of Whitehall. This is the USDA Reconnect area that Firefly is building themselves. And so this is kind of the last piece. Really, as we talk about that project, it really is a puzzle map of different funding sources, different grant programs, different requirements. And so it gets really, when you get into specific sections, you got to talk a little bit more in fine detail. I try not to get too fine of a detail. Don't want to bog down here on those. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. Again, encourage folks to go to register at fireflyva.com to register for your service, as well as then fireflyva.com just for information. There's a link to the page that has information, has copies of the maps where I pulled from as well. But happy to take any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Drumright.
If you could go back one slide to the last slide. So, and again, I appreciate you not getting in the weeds, and it's easy to do, but on that Poorhouse Road and that little, to the right, the middle to the right, yeah. That's the area that is being delayed in part to locate a facility.
So it's just not that part, it's not being delayed, but one of the things that we've been working on is, as part of the Reconnect project, is a fiber hut, locating a fiber hut for Firefly. And so it's not just, it wouldn't be just that part, it would be
Okay,
serving
service.
larger, more areas.
Okay, okay, I'll go ahead, I shouldn't have cut you off there. So larger area than what we see on this
So
on this
it
map?
wouldn't just be in that specific area of Poorhouse and there, but it would also serve other portions of the project. So it's not just combined to this, but it's related to
Is
other
it combined to
pieces.
maybe some of the other, like the other slides you showed us before, where I think you had west of the.
It would, so it would,
West of this, I think was the last thing that you showed us.
it would serve other portions of the project, yes,
So
sir.
this location of the hut needs to happen before you can cover other areas too?
So they will need that, but it is not necessarily stopping those other areas either. It's one of the things we do need, that we're working with them to identify a location and to place.
All right, if we can't identify a location, I know we're working on it, but if we can't, because you're making it sound like it doesn't matter if we find a location or not in terms of when people will get service.
Mr. Lim, because I think you and Mr. Drumright, maybe myself, maybe the only ones that understand what you're talking about, the hut. So could you explain what problem you're trying to, like,
Well, we have people there that are getting concerned. They're like, what, you know, they're getting frustrated with the explanations.
correct?
And so I'm trying to
And
understand
the issue is, there's a
explanation.
piece of equipment, that's what I'm trying to get at. There's a piece of equipment that we have to figure out where to place, and that is part of the project now, that's what we're working on. And that's what you're, because I'm sure many people weren't sure what the.
That is correct. So as part of the project, or part of the reconnect, Firefly needs to locate a fiber hut, and we've been working with them to identify both county locations where it could potentially be located. We've also suggested other areas in the community that we've given them to look at as well. And they have also looked at in the past, or if we can't find a suitable location, they may have to go out and purchase a piece of property to put it themselves. So that's one of the things we're actively working with them on.
I mean, do we have a time? I mean, is anybody committed to like, we're going to get this done by such and such a date? That seems to me kind of important, maybe from
Something
the.
we may actually have control over, in a
Yeah, I
project
mean,
that
if-
we don't have much control.
Yeah, we don't have much control over this, but it seems to me if we're willing to put up a county,
We've not put a time frame to have that completed, but we're working on it like right now, reviewing some language that they provided.
Okay, so I'm guessing where Mr. Lumsgus is going is where I would go, since it's right in my district, is whatever we can do to help facilitate those conversations and get the right people talking, please let us know.
Will do.
And because it's really, but you confused me a little bit ago. Service can't, we have to find a hut and place equipment before service in that area and others will go live. Is that correct?
Before it goes live for that area, yes. And or other areas, but again, how they're building their network, I don't have all the particulars of how they're all connecting in to every single section, so I can't answer for you or the board exactly what portions of the project may or may not go live or be dependent on that fiber hut.
But to your knowledge, we're not, we could very well be on project schedule. It just may not be the schedule of these, that folks, would like to hear. We don't know that we're delayed, but maybe something we could look out to see, is this holding us up unnecessarily? And if we can help, we can do that.
I guess I'll wrap up here, but if we have a seat at the table and we're willing to contribute some assets that will get them out of some of their concerns about rent, maybe leasing from somebody else and their terms aren't maybe going to be as generous or whatever, or they can't get the longer term commitment that maybe they need that would give them some comfort. If we have a seat at the table, we ought to be talking about getting it done by a certain point in time. That's how I would approach it. That's just a suggestion, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Great presentation, great progress. It can't come soon enough for everybody. Before you go, of course, I've got to make a comment. You would have thought, based on all of the feedback that Firefly received by having a virtual town hall for people that don't have broadband internet, that they apparently didn't read the message boards like I did. So my question is, you said that there's a place for folks to sign up for that town hall. Is there a way to offer an option that perhaps we can host a room at Central High for folks that don't have broadband, that can't participate?
We probably could, but what they have, and I've attended some of these town halls in the past, is that you're able to then get a recording of it or have a link, and so they want folks to individually sign up for it and get that information. But we can look at having that option available up at Central or another location.
Yeah, we just put it on. I'll bring the popcorn.
Yeah. But I would agree with you. It does
Yeah. So,
bring some challenges with it.
but if we can say that, we saw that, we heard it, and if we can offer a solution for our citizens, I think that'd be great.
Happy to.
Perfect. Anything else from Mr. Drumright?
No, I'm
Peterson.
just suggesting perhaps a parallel telephone town hall as opposed to online, but that's.
There you go. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, one more before the consent. Now we have our individual board reports for those that are serving on committees that want to provide any updates. Mr. Lumpkins?
No, why not you and Mr. Carpenter give the report from our transportation, since y'all were in the audience, and y'all better have a better perspective on how it went.
Sure. So what Mr. Lumpkins is referring to, the Plan RVA, RTPO, and CVTA had their second annual joint meeting. And Mr. Lumpkins, being the humble chair of the RTPO that he is, didn't want to say what a great event it was. It was great to get so many folks in the room. Secretary of Transportation came and really gave some pretty interesting insights. We also had an excellent presentation from one of the larger consultants in the country about how people come to the region, how businesses choose what regions they come to, and the parameters they look at, site readiness, and several different factors that I thought would be beneficial for our staff to even hear, and maybe even for our board. But it was very well attended. I thought the conversation was good. And there's so much overlap in all three of those organizations. It's good to get them together every so often. Great job. It was excellent. It was really good. Plus, it was in the new facility. Anything else for RTPO? So, did you want to say, or you want me to? So, we did find out, we did have some good news out of CVTA. The second round of Smart Scale has gone through, and our Ashland Road project, the double diversion diamond, which had scored 78th out of 81 projects, actually. From the staff proposal, Carlos Brown, who is our CTB representative, this is last month, found a way to come up with the money to actually fund the entire project. So the Divergent Diamond project is now fully funded. Staff has already begun working, and we kicked off critical surveys and reports and studies for this project that started in March. So we are well on the way to getting some relief in that area for that intersection. So it's just some amazing news, and thankful for the hard work that staff has done to sort of make the case and show the value, and also for to Mr. Brown and Secretary Miller and Secretary Merrick of Secretary of Commerce, who were huge supporters of this project. I can't get a better report than that, so that's all I got. All right. Okay, we will move into our consent agenda. We have 6 items currently. Board, Mr. Carpenter will go through each one, and then we'll take a motion whether to take as individually or as a slate.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 6 items in front of you today. I would like to request that item number 5, the resolution consenting to King and Queen County's withdrawal, be removed at the request of King and Queen County. Staff agrees with that as well. The first item in front of you, item 5719, is authorization to loan Goochland Volunteer Fire Rescue Association $1.5 million for renovations at Fire Station Goochland County Courthouse Company. The Volunteer Association wishes to renovate Company 5, which has not undergone renovation since its construction in the 1980s. This renovation will update the exterior elevation of the building, add a new area as a hot zone, and design warm and cold zones. In addition to kitchen and bathroom renovations, individual bunkroom spaces will be created. This renovation has an estimated lifespan of 25 years, estimated cost of $1.5 million. It is requested Goochland County provide this funding in the form of a non-interest-bearing 20-year loan. Second item, number 5715, is a request to set a public hearing for July 3rd, 2023, to consider an ordinance amending the Goochland County Code Section 2-44 of polling places to change Precinct 301, Beaver Dam's polling place, to the Goochland Sports Complex. The Electoral Board and General Registrar requested changing the polling place for Precinct 301 from Goochland County Animal Shelter to the Goochland Sports Complex. The animal shelter was used as a polling place for the first time in last year's election. Both the parking lot and interior voting area were found to be insufficient for efficient voting. The Goochland Sports Complex has previously been used as a polling place and voter satellite office as parking and voting facilities have provided an efficient voting process in the past. Number 5723 is the resolution requesting VDOT accept roads in Carver Oaks subdivision into the secondary system. Construction of roads within the subdivision is complete. VDOT has notified the county the streets are ready to be accepted into the secondary road system. The roads requested to be accepted are Carver Oaks Court, from the intersection with the existing Route 620 to a cul-de-sac, roughly 0.18 miles. Item number 4 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2023 Goochland County budget budgeting and appropriating $517,555 in the school operating and cafeteria funds and authorizing fund transfers exceeding $10,000. The request includes categorical transfers in the operating fund and the appropriation of grants and prior year fund balance in the operating and cafeteria funds. This request will provide funds for welding equipment, landscaping needs, vehicle repairs, and inflationary costs. This request requires no additional local funds. Item number 5, I've requested to be withdrawn. Item number 6, 5712, is a resolution establishing the annual salary for members of the Board of Supervisors effective January 1st, 2024. Current Board of Supervisors members receive an annual salary of $15,000 per year, with the chair receiving $19,000 per year and the vice chair receiving $17,000. The last increase occurred in January of 2020. The board is requested to approve the following salary schedule for board members to be effective January 4th, 2024. The chairman, $21,000 per year, the vice chairman, $19,000 per year, and members, $17,000 per year. That's a $2,000 increase per position. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any questions, board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
And if you would, that it just would be as amended, since it was amended today to take one out.
As presented as amended.
Second?
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
Just one comment. We're talking about moving the polling location to the recreational gym here. And I just want to point out, and I did confirm, the county will be closed that day. So parking will not be an issue for employees or voters that day. So just throwing that into the mix.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussions? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Aye. Okay, it passes. All right, moving into new business. We have a presentation on the adoption of the Communication Strategic Plan. Board, are we good to go into this, or do we need to take 5 minutes? Could we sorry. All right, let's go, come back, big hand on the 3.
No, it's like congealed in a little thing, and so it kind of channels it out.
All right. Good visiting with everybody, but we got some more business to do. And I'm very excited about this presentation and the adoption of a communications strategic plan. Who'd have thunk it? Strategic around communications. Pretty good idea.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jessica Kronberg. I'm the Director for Parks, Recreation, and Community Engagement, and today I get to present to you our Communications Strategic Plan. So before you, you have two packets, one that contains the strategic plan as well as the appendix, and then for some reason in your packet, the survey results printed out of order, so I went ahead and just printed a separate packet for you guys with that information, so you can take a look at it in order. So this plan is the result of a survey that began in November of 2022. Hopefully the graphic up there looks familiar to you all. Went out on social media through email blasts. We rolled it out at the fall town hall meetings. It went to the different HOAs in the community, church associations, and different civic groups. It was available online and in paper copies. We did receive some paper copies to the survey, and that information was put in and is shown in part of your survey information there. Some of the deliverables you'll see are reflected as well in the strategic plan, the Board of Supervisors Strategic Plan 2014-2018. So the mission for our strategic communications is to provide innovative communication solutions that inform and educate while promoting county operations, programs, and initiatives in a way that aligns with the county's goals and values. We want to make sure that we're getting the information out timely and effective so that everyone in our identified audience is getting the information. Speaking of that audience, our primary audiences are the residents, business owners, community stakeholders, county staff, elected officials, as well as the media. So how are we currently reaching them? So our website currently has 436 published pages and 163 linked pages. That's a lot of information. We currently have 3 different ways people can subscribe to get notifications through the website via Notify Me, Newsflash, and Calendar. This, of course, is separate from Code Red, which is our emergency alert system. So you can see there how many current subscribers we have under each. You'll see that I have, for Notify Me, for example, there we have 415 subscribers across 3 lists. Those lists are things like facility closures, Parks and Rec field alerts, those types of things. Similar for calendars, that might be Planning Commission, Board of Supervisor, Parks and Rec. So where it says 22 calendars, those are the different departments or different initiatives that people can register for. This is the current catalog of our social media channels that are related to the county. For the most part, the departments maintain their own, with the exception of the main county page and the tourism page. It's something that Mr. Drumright and I tag team. So getting back to the survey, how did we do? We had 643 responses, most of which receive information by word of mouth, which is a difficult undertaking to try and capture that demographic. However, they prefer to receive information through email. There was a question in the survey that asked outright how you felt about the county website, if you felt it was easy to navigate. And for the most part, people said yes. However, if you look at the text responses to almost every single question in the survey, an issue with the website, whether it's outdated information, redundant information, it was evident that people weren't able to find exactly what they were looking for in the website. Most requested updates following the previous presentation, shouldn't be a surprise. Broadband updates, Board of Supervisor vote summaries, information on projects with timelines, similar to what you've seen with the transportation website similarly. Future development and upcoming road plans. So with all of that information, we sat down and came up with 4 goals. The first goal would be to optimize the usability of the county website, ensuring that all subpages are updated on a quarterly basis so that I looked for it, but the information was out of date, will no longer be a thing. Optimizing a news section on the county website so that all of the alerts and updates that we're putting out are all categorized in one section. Right now we have kind of a news section, a media section. We have a couple different of those, so kind of just putting it all in one place. And then customize and deploy a county mobile application, which I am happy to say is live. I'll have QR codes at the end of the presentation for anyone that wants to download it, as well as there's a half-page flyer out front for anyone who wants to take that with them so that they can download the app. Goal 2 is to increase awareness of county projects and actions. Making sure that people are getting the message means kind of casting a wider net, making sure that the people we have following our social media accounts, which is the quickest way for us to get real-time information out there, that we're capturing that audience on our social media accounts. So growing those, being intentional about growing the following across our social media accounts, providing accurate and timely information regarding the upcoming projects to reach the audiences that we've identified for the projects, and increasing awareness of upcoming meetings such as the EDA, Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors, as well as the voting items. And then also providing an annual report from county administration. Goal 3, well-informed and engaged staff. This kind of gets back to people are currently getting our information through word of mouth. So with Goochland being as small as it is, it still is, you might bump into somebody at Food Lion and they have questions about an upcoming project. If I work in a different department and I don't know what's going on in a department down the hall, I can't properly answer that question or guide them to the right person. So making sure that the county staff that we have are aware, at least at a high level, of different projects so that they can dispel rumors or connect people to the appropriate department is important, as well as providing communication and design support for department special projects and initiatives such as the small area plans. Goal 4 is to stay informed of communication trends and effectively utilize area media. This includes developing relationships with current media and local organizations, something that came in handy a few weeks ago with an incident at the school system. We were able to kind of provide that support with the media and provide that buffer for them while they were dealing with a security issue, as well as joining professional associations. That kind of dovetails with Objective 4.1, making sure we have those relationships. It just provides additional networking and then training opportunities to make sure that we are staying on top and being effective with our efforts. Additional considerations, the majority of these goals are not one-time measurables and they have to be sustained to be effective. So some of them are repeated every quarter, every year, every week, some every day. Following social media best practices to help stay up to date with trends, to help ensure our maximum impact and that we're reaching the people that we need to reach. Part of that, again, is staying on top of the different analytics across our different platforms. And then the recently adopted tourism strategic plan also includes many deliverables that fall under community engagement and communications that were not mentioned in this presentation. And with that, shameless plug for the app. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Board, any communications? Any questions? Ms. Lasclette.
So thank you, Ms. Cronin. This is really great. So this survey was done. How often do we intend to update? It's like annually or?
So it should be looked at annually, depending, our goals for this should all be done within the next 12 months.
Right.
So we should be able to, using our analytics and trends and seeing how we're doing, we can effectively gauge when we should completely overhaul the plan, but at the very least annually, yes.
Right. And the reason I asked that, I'm thinking in a year, 2 years, 3 years, when we do have broadband more widely available throughout the county, just going to be interesting to go back and look and compare how does this shift of people's attitudes and even really just ability to communicate electronically. How does that shift over time? And how do we reach our citizens in a more effective way? So it's going to be interesting to see how this translates
Yes.
over a period of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Very excited about this work. Been hoping to see it for a long time and glad we got the right people running it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, board, the last thing on our business agenda is the appointments of very important staff. So we're moving to appoint a 3-year term to the Goochland Social Services Board, and I'm very excited to see Ann Casey named back in service at District 3. And the recommendation is to appoint Ms. Casey for a 3-year term effective June 1st, 2023 through May 31st, 2026.
Mr. Chairman, I move to appoint Ann Casey, District 3, to the 3-year term as described.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins, Ms. Lasclette. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Thank you, Ms. Casey, and all the citizens that are willing to serve. All right. That is, unless Ms. Gawitz looks at me and says I forgot something. Hit it all right. Figuring this stuff out. All right, we will be taking our recess until our 6 o'clock sessions. We will be in recess till then. Thanks. All right. Good evening, everyone. It is my honor to call back to order our June 6th Board of Supervisors meeting. I will start off our evening session with our citizen comment period. This is a chance for citizens to come and address the board regarding any topics regarding Goochland County that are not on the agenda this evening. We would ask that you come to the microphone, give us your name, your address. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Citizen comment period is open. Thank you. And if you could push the red button down there you go, so people online can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I've been taught not to push red buttons. My name is Stephen Shorrock. I live at 12201 Bremner Ridge Circle in Mannequin, and I'm concerned about a VDOT plan to remove the traffic light at Hockett Road and Broad Street. I know the VDOT plan, it's a VDOT plan, it's not necessarily a county plan, but I'm hoping that you will use your good offices to intervene and maybe get a word into them that maybe this is not a good idea. It's part of the Hockett Road and Ashland Road realignment. And of course, the realignment is a good idea. I won't go into all the reasons for that. It'll save us, well, quite a bit of time. But making all traffic on Hockett Road and all traffic on St. Matthews Lane be a right turn only and taking out that traffic light is not a good idea. It's not clear why the VDOT is doing it. The removal of the traffic light is not even in their summary document describing the project. The traffic study claims that about 2/3 of the Hockett Road traffic going northbound continues up to Ashland Road. That's why it's a good idea. But there's another third of it that doesn't go that way. The problem is that overwhelmingly people are going up Hockett Road, going to the Food Line, going to all the other stores. There's a lot of them there. And there's a tremendous amount of traffic. There's not a whole lot of people going left and then all the way out Broad Street. It's going to take a little bit longer for people to go north and go on Ashland Road and get to the Food Line. But the real problem is that when you get out of the Food Line and you want to go southbound, how are you going to do it? And what everybody is going to do is go to Plaza Drive, right where the fire station is, and make a left turn and get by the Shell. And that is going to be a nightmare. There's just a traffic light. You guys probably know that better than, just a stop sign, you know that better than I. This is for, this impacts everybody up and down that. Everybody up and down that road eats, and that includes, Park at Centerville, Reader's Branch, Kinlock, even all the way down to Mosaic, and of course, there's a lot of little houses along Hockett Road that are going to be impacted by this. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sherlock.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Doug Elliott, developer at Broadview Shopping Center. Are y'all aware, as a board, are y'all aware of what they're trying to do besides just remove a light? Are the supervisors aware?
This isn't if you could just give comments to the board, Mr.
Okay,
Elliott.
but I guess what I'm saying is, we have community meetings for zoning cases because they impact the public. We've got something that's impacting the public, and there's not even been any community meeting about it. So my suggestion would be, through VDOT, there'd be a community meeting about this, so that we, because y'all are very gracious about trying to be informative, but there's been no communication in this case, and it's going to savagely impact access in the case of people coming and going. And when you actually look at what they're doing, and there's as just was explained, there's never been a reason as to why they're really taking it about, beside this is an opinion of VDOT. And so, usually these are people that don't live in the area and they don't access it, and everything's about accessibility. So I would say that before any decisions get made, yay or nay, because y'all always have the power to overrule VDOT, is that y'all could have a community meeting and get this out to the people, then, just like we do in a zoning case. And let's be informative and make sure before there's a final decision made. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott.
How you all doing?
Yeah.
Rick Griselle. You don't need my address or anything.
We do need the-
167
Yeah,
Gaines
thanks.
Thrifty Lane, Mannequin Sabbath.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Just to follow up on what he's talking about, that particular situation needs to be brought up to the community because a lot of the community don't know anything about it at all. And I was speaking with someone today about it and stuff because it impacts her properties tremendously right in there because she owns a good portion of where this is going to be taking place. And VDOT does not live where we live. They don't, some of you all may, but VDOT doesn't. So the impact that it has on the people that are living there and having to use those roads, they don't necessarily even care. But the other thing is that just like you were talking about the egress and ingress and how all that's going to play out, I don't want to see Hermitage Road turn into a kind of a cut through, which it already is to a certain point. But it'll be impacted even more if this takes place and everything, because they can take Hermitage Road down and then go through West Creek in that way. And, but the impact that that's going to have on property values and the impact that's going to have on certain people that have lived there for a long time or own property there for a long time is just way beyond what VDOT. This needs to go to the community. They need to know more about it, what's going on, because they don't have a clue. No one around me knew this was going. They knew about 5 or 6 years ago that VDOT had thought about this, but they had no realization that this was going to come about. So I would appreciate, and you all have been very good about, like Doug said, about informing the community and informing us what's going on and stuff, but nobody knew about this. And it kind of blindsided us. I found out about it yesterday. So, and I'm impacted because I use that road also quite a bit. So I just appreciate your help.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for citizen comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the citizen comment period. Thank you for all of you that brought that to our attention. We will absolutely have staff look into what that situation is, and we will be communicating. All right, we will move now into our first public hearing, and I believe Sonitis will be presenting.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Crystal Nidus, Deputy County Administrator. So I have the pleasure of presenting one short public hearing tonight that's actually a deferral. You have the rezoning request of I-64 Industrial LLC. They are actually requesting a deferral instead of the original request, which was slated for July. They are now requesting an August deferral due to the fact that the times that they're trying to sync up, as you remember, we had talked about these applications were running concurrent. There's one running concurrently through Hanover County. There were some amendments made to Hanover County's comprehensive plan, which then led to a delay in when their application within Hanover was moving to the Planning Commission. As a result, we will not know where it stands with Hanover County until the end of July. So as a result, the applicant's requesting a August deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Nidus. Board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer to our August meeting the application by I-64 Industrial LLC, case RZ 2023-0001, to, as requested, to our August meeting. And I did see an email from the applicant's attorney, and I think he has somebody in his office here. So I don't know if she wants to come up and confirm that the applicant wants this, since she came all the way out here. But that's my motion.
So we have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Discussion, did you want to say something? Okay, all right, well, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. All right, we have a motion, a second, any discussion? Ms. Lescott?
Yes. So I want to be clear on this because I believe, and maybe you can answer this question, the email that we received earlier, it sounded like, unless I read it wrong, that the Hanover Planning Commission will be hearing this late July. So are we not wanting to sync with the Board of Supervisors vote in Hanover? Okay, so if Hanover Planning meets late July, we meet in August. We don't know what the Hanover Board of Supervisors is going to be doing at that point, so I guess is what comes first. I'm not, it's been a long time, I think, since we've tried to coordinate with another county.
So, Ms. Lascalette, I can answer that question. The application for this rezoning request has already gone through the Planning Commission, so the premise is then it would have gone through the Planning Commission in Hanover. If the board would like to wait until it's actually gone through the Hanover Board, that's something that we can talk to the applicant about, but at this time, it's their choice to request an August 1st deferral. It will have gone through the Planning Commission, so then in theory, it would be at the same place in the process. With, generally, you have your proffered conditions, your conceptual plan, and all of those things after you've gone through Planning Commission. So we'll make sure that those things sync up as best as possible.
Legally, in terms of whichever they choose to go forward, first, there's not a legal answer as to which, but I agree with Ms. Anitis. They're trying to at least make sure that no board hears it until both planning commissions have.
Gotcha.
And then, it's sort of up to them what they want to ask for. It's up to you what you grant, but it's up to them what they want to ask for in terms of which board they're then in front of first.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be interesting because each board's got to decide proper conditions, and this is going to be interesting, see how this works out. So, anyway, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair? Yeah. And then, so if I get the timing on this right, the 20th is when the Planning Commission. You mentioned the conceptual plans on both should sync up so that, or at least there shouldn't be any contradictions. Are we gonna have enough time after the 20th to advertise and put in the package what we need to consider as a board in case there's any changes in the conceptual plan on the 20th? Because we'll, excuse me, our package will be put together presumably before that.
Meeting August 1st.
Right, our packet would already be rolling and our ads would have, and the ads are more summary. Our packet will be, it actually comes out the Friday before your board meeting, but it's whatever the applicant has provided us that we include.
Just want to make sure that staff has enough time to prepare the package that goes out and it's consistent with both before this board considers it. So we're considering something that's, we know has been vetted and is consistent and at least harmonic or, dovetails with the other, so, okay.
Yeah, we met with staff like a week and a half ago, and we told them our plan to defer to August. Everyone's
Okay.
aware, so.
Okay, right, fair enough, just checking, thank you.
Okay. All right, I have any further discussion? I have a motion, a second, roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette?
It took a minute. Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Deferment passes, okay. And our second and final case for the evening, Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff tonight is requesting an amendment to the 2023 budget for an appropriation of $1.483148 in the Capital Improvement Fund. As a reminder, this project, which is the Fairgrounds Road Extension Project, was a successful revenue sharing application. At that point, the state approved $2,243,755, which the county matched for its local share. Then the board put in additional funding in order to do additional improvements for a total amount of $3.9 million that had been committed to this project. In order to get the project completed and underway, we need to make an additional appropriation of $1.48 million. Of that, $1 million would come from the general fund assigned balance, $231,145 from previously collected residential road proffers, and $252,003 of CVTA local distribution to the CIP fund. These newly allocated funds, plus the already appropriated funds, would bring Goochland's total commitment to the project of $5,383,145 $148. Staff presents that to you in form of a request for a motion.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Carpenter before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward, same rules. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. All right, board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the board approve this resolution amending the fiscal year 23 Goochland County budget by budgeting and appropriating $1.483,148 in the capital improvement fund for the Fairground Road Extension Project. If that gets a second, I do have a question.
Second.
All right. What is, remind me, and we may have heard this, what's the contingency factor in this project? Do we know?
The contingency factor, because we are pre-public hearing on that, is 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Austin, for the benefit of those here and possibly those listening at home, the timing on this project, if it went forward?
So the timing on this project, the plans, because we previously were moving this project forward, but the cost went up, thereby pausing the project, are already underway. We would anticipate the plans being completely approved through VDOT's process in the next 12 or 18 months. Right-of-way acquisition from both the county and the school board soon thereafter, and then construction would take approximately 18 months. So if I do the math, that's 2025, 2026 timeframe of opening.
Okay, great. Thank you for that update.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Ms. Lasclette.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes. All right, board, thank you very much. The Board of Supervisors will be adjourned to Monday, June 12th at 6 p.m. where the Board of Supervisors will discuss the Courthouse Village Plan public hearing in this room, and then to Thursday, June 15th, where we'll do the same for the Centerville Plan, and then our regularly scheduled July 3rd business meeting. We are adjourned.